This is where the federal building's at, 300 North Block, or 300 block of North Los Angeles, correction. They do have a CHP out here already.
Every night. Can't sleep. That shit hurts, dude. This shit hurts.
Everybody into this.
All right, everybody, it's currently day 4 of the LA riots, and things are escalating even further. Once again, police blocking off rioters, and things are getting very heated. They're back over the freeway once again. What's up, Spider-Man? Things are getting crazy once again. The 4th day in a row.
Did we call you? Because we're your bosses. I don't see any people you're protecting. I see people trying to pass through their own streets and you're stopping them. Why did you become a cop? To protect people or to protect buildings? What was the deal? Do you want to tell us why you became a cop? To protect people or no? We're people. We live here in LA. You're supposed to protect us or what?
Answer the man or what?
Are you confused? We're the ones you're supposed to protect. You're pointing a baton at me. I have an umbrella, sir. Am I gonna hurt somebody with an umbrella? Am I gonna hurt you with an umbrella, sir? You're not confused about your career path right now? I'm a teacher. If I was standing in front of a school stopping students from coming into school, I'd be like, uh-oh, I'm a bad teacher.
You won't listen. You're like a fucking pussy.
Are you, like, I don't get the confusion.
Little man, big stick.
What are you here for? You're gonna beat me up because I got an umbrella?
Today's going so well. Let's go. Back up.
Okay, so we also have this feed here. Showing another group of people advancing down a street. So we have this line up here above the freeway. And this one here. Oh no, this is above the freeway. Okay, never mind. So they've turned around and are going back now. I wonder if they're gonna try and go onto the freeway again.
Moving to the front of the building up here.
Just want to give a big shout out to IRT Media for being on the front line right now of this craziness.
Go up to the spot up here, give you guys an overlook of what's going on down here. It'll be a nice angle here.
So there you have it. People are marking up the walls. And they are making their ways through the streets right now. Okay, so it looks like we have protesters now at a government building of some sort. National Guard everywhere. CHP or LAPD everywhere. This is the fourth day straight. These aren't really protests. These are just full-out riots at this point. Cars being burnt, tons of places being vandalized, and yeah, this is just completely out of control. Blocking traffic, everything we've seen. The rioters clashing with the National Guard, people being arrested, people throwing concrete at the officers and at police cruisers, and obviously National Guardsmen. This entire situation has been a nightmare, and we are well into the fourth day now. And earlier I was watching, and one of the, I guess, people that are leading this event here was saying that they're going to do this for as long as they can. For weeks and weeks to come. That's what they said. So, I don't know how much longer they're going to put up with this. Military is on standby, actual military, not just National Guard. So, we'll see. No crazy lady today. Okay, so it looks like we have another group moving away from this building here. We also have a massive truck here now. Some government building, a bunch of people outside of it, and another group is forming. And I am unsure of where they're heading to. It looks like they tried to get back on the freeway earlier, but were unsuccessful. So they have moved on and are going elsewhere. We also had... So this was from yesterday, just to give you an idea of what was happening. So absolutely crazy, just off the top of the overpass here. And we're seeing the craziness into today as well.
Lost Facebook again.
Just local and state authorities, as we're speaking with different law enforcement experts right now, that is the tactical gear that is familiar to them. Of course, the non-lethal, less than lethal weapons being used. We saw tear gas, we saw flashbangs being used last night on Sunday evening by law enforcement. So we're following all of this here very closely on Live Now from Fox. I do want to give you a sense of what we're looking at right there in Los Angeles. You can see them zooming in on members of the California National Guard, and that was a point of controversy.
Okay, so yesterday they were all lined up around here. All the protesters came over here, all the rioters came onto the street, and it was packed. They're not playing around this time. They have it completely blocked off, ready to go. Yeah, they're not playing games now. Looks like they're at the Metro Detention Center again. A major government building area here. And the ICE agents are located there. The National Guard. Looks like we have CHP or LAPD blocking off traffic here as protesters and rioters push on through. Yeah, absolutely crazy. 4th day straight of this. This is footage of the building we were just looking at from that helicopter.
None of the clown. Yes, this is live. We're live. You guys are in the 300 block of North Los Angeles Street, right in front of the federal building, where you have DHS alongside with the National Guard protecting the building. You have a large group of protesters in front. The moment one of the protesters decide to start throwing stuff, that's when the National Guard and the DHS will respond by shooting pepper balls, rubber bullets, tear gas, as they have done so the last 3 days. This is day 4 of the protest. There's probably about 200 people left right now. About 200, I'll say 250. But there's another large group on the other side, but police officers blocked the way.
So this is what he's talking about right here. The officers blocked the road, which directly led to the federal building. You think they would have had this all blocked off already, but I guess not. Oh yeah, the NDP that was complaining about the Trump ban on the 13 countries, and they wanted to have an emergency debate for it. Like, what are you going to debate? That another country has banned other countries from entering their country. Like, we want to host an emergency debate for that? What are you gonna do? Worry about what's happening here. Fucking people are ridiculous in our parliament, especially the NDP.
Facebook went down. I don't know why.
Okay, so it looks like we have one of the protester presidents or leaders, the SEIU president, out on bond after arrest during ICE protest.
La única forma que me duermo es que tengo que llorar sola cada noche. Because él cada noche dice que lo más lo que le hace falta es que él cada noche.
And he's gonna act like a victim even though they're burning everything and blocking traffic on the freeway and... yeah, okay, whatever. Insane. Okay, so I guess there's also riots happening in New York as well. What the... this is new.
Gotta move this line down. SRG, extend the line down! Close the gap, close the gap. SRG, extend the line down! Close it off! Guys, don't lean in! Don't lean, I'm yelling at everybody. Don't lean in. You have photos, expensive cameras, zoom in. We all know that, okay? Don't lean in. You're gonna make more of an issue for yourself. You do it again, sir. I'm telling you, please don't lean in like that. That's what I'm asking. Guys, just stop doing it.
All right, you're just watching this unfold, this individual being detained. You can see potentially them spitting on one of the police officers. And that was a comment that we heard from President Trump yesterday, talking about if they spit, we hit. Of course, that was comments on the tarmac yesterday. He did make comments earlier today, the president did, about the deployment of the California National Guard there in Los Angeles in Southern California. You can see these are NYPD officers, local and state. They're on the ground in Lower Manhattan right now. This individual being detained. They have his bike. I'm not exactly sure what led up to this moment, but some tense moments, tense, dynamic, very fluid moments there in New York City as these protests taking place coast to coast. Again, let's just continue to listen in here on Live Now from Fox 2. What's going on in real time in the Big Apple?
I find out, I'll let you know, right? Are you impressed? Okay. So sorry. No, you're okay. I just don't want you to fall, man. That's it. You're stupid. That's on you.
Holy crap, guys. So we're looking at protests in LA. Like major riots, protests in LA. And now they're starting in New York as well.
Lots of striking moments there here in New York City. This is what we're looking at right now. We saw lots of different volatile moments, incidents yesterday in Los Angeles. So the exact opposite end of the country as protests erupt across the country. Let's dive back into what we just saw here a little bit ago. As SEIU President of California, David Huerta, released on bond after being held in custody for impeding charges of impeding immigration enforcement.
Okay, we're gonna keep an eye on that while we watch what is happening here in LA. So, yeah, protests in LA, in New York, coast to coast now. This is crazy.
welcome guys. Everybody just joining. If you have not hit the so hit the subscribe button. It does help the channel grow. And those for you that want to support my work and want to keep me out here, boots on the ground, our donation links are up. Trying to stay out here a couple more days. We're going to continue to bring you guys live coverage throughout the week, maybe into the week, and we'll see. Everybody who has supported, much appreciated. Our Cash App link, for whatever reason, is not working.
The crowd has been given 10 minutes to disperse. It's a huge crowd, another block away, getting close to the freeway. And I believe this is the image, this is the grouping that Bill Malugin is referring to here on Live Now from Fox. Our Fox News teammate reported there on the ground in Southern California, documenting plenty of immigration stories and headlines we've been following as, of course, LAPD declaring unlawful assembly, similar to the situation we saw yesterday as numerous people were detained. You can see, I believe that is the California National Guard standing ready, arm to arm in these riot shields, with these riot shields and tactical gear.
So yeah, that is the National Guard. They are at the federal building in a government district, which also contains the detention facility, the Metropolitan Detention Facility. So this entire area was completely open yesterday. They have portions of it locked down. They did not shut down the front here, though. A major group building outside, forming outside of this building. And then, like he was saying earlier, they're also protesting now outside in Manhattan, which, it's spreading.
You can see cars out right now. So we're following it very closely. We do know in the last several days that Governor Gavin Newsom and President Trump spoke. We don't know how recently, though, that was, or if they spoke since. I do want to put up a post from Gavin Newsom saying, quote, "You sent your troops here without fuel, food, water, or a place to sleep. Here they are being forced to sleep on the floor, piled on top of one another. If anything is treating our troops disrespectfully, it is you, President Donald Trump." So the rhetoric continues to be elevated between these two individuals. So that coming in from the Governor of California, Gavin Newsom, about it, about the use of the California National Guard, a really unprecedented move, something we haven't seen going above governors as their use of the National Guard. Something we haven't seen since the 1960s in the civil rights movement. We have not seen, though, notably, any of the Marines on the ground in LA as of yet. They will not be used for law enforcement, according to Jennifer Griffin, as a U.S. official tells Fox News that 500 Marines are set to deploy. They were mobilized. They were at ready yesterday. So this is an open-ended deployment. We also heard that yesterday the California National Guard would be on hand for some 60 days. That was the time frame that was given. The use of force rules also unclear. So I just want to put this up as well. Jennifer Griffin, more reporting here on Live Now from Fox, saying the Marines who are already en route will fall under the command of a 2-star Army general under Task Force 51. So hundreds of Marines will be deployed to Los Angeles to protect federal property as tensions continue to rise in that region. So again, just this live picture here on Live Now from Fox on this overpass where we saw plenty of people stationed, plenty of police stationed. They do not want protesters to get back on this area. We saw the confusion, the dynamic, striking images yesterday of protesters throwing different objects down at law enforcement on the freeway, stopping the traffic in both directions. So we're following it very closely. So we're just watching this here unfold in real time on Live Now from Fox, and we're not going to go away from it because These are very dynamic situations, but I also want to make sure that we're aware of the different protests that are happening around the country. We did see someone be detained, arrested in New York City. I do want to take you out. As you can see, New York police on the ground for some of these protests in lower Manhattan. Protesters on the other side of the street with different signs. Police on hand right now. You see different reporters as well. Just about 6:30 local time on the East Coast. Let's just listen in here on Live Now from Fox and see if we can gather anything of what they're chanting or saying here in New York.
Okay, so now we're seeing footage directly from New York right now. So, they've already made arrests there. Not sure how long this has been going on. But we are in day 4 of the LA riots right now, as they're calling them.
Well, come out for this. This is not that far from City Hall. What it is. Tomorrow they have a rally at 5 o'clock at Foley Square, which is here. We're having a Foley Square at here, 5 o'clock p.m.
All right, you're just listening into this here on Live Now from Fox out of New York City. And I want to make sure we're watching everything going on also in Los Angeles right now, as this is the scene unfolding in real time, 3:30 local time here on Live Now from Fox. And I'm not sure if we have any shots from the ground.
Not sure if you just heard that from the New York feed, but they said that they're going to be back in that exact area tomorrow at 5 o'clock. So they're planning to continue it there as well, based on if that is true from what that guy was just saying on the ground there. We heard live audio on the ground from New York, and we have live audio on the ground in LA.
about as close as
from the 500 we were hearing earlier. So this just a live picture right now, and this is potentially the location that these Marines are heading as we.
So it said there was 700. Let me get to the exact moment here. Due to the increased threats to federal law enforcement officers and federal buildings, approximately 700 active duty U.S. Marines from Camp Pendleton are being deployed to LA to restore order.
Lots to just monitor here on Live Now from Fox as we're following it. Let's take you right now out to more comments, though, from different members, different officials in LA, including from the school district, talking about how this impacts them, impacts different.
So absolutely crazy. As you can see right here, they are face to face.
Hey there, go ahead.
Okay, looks like we lost
We're
the
heading
feed
out of here in
there.
about 5 to 10, just heads up. Welcome everybody as you join us live on ABC7, our 24/7 streaming channels.
So it appears they have declared a tactical alert.
Way to make sure that all of the police, all of the law enforcement remain on duty, and anyone that might be off duty to get to local precincts, areas where they could provide support. So that coming in, we're also learning more about the unlawful assembly. Bill Malhusian posting that on social media as well, asking individuals to disperse. And you can see just where this is happening there. And this is the exact same location that we saw yesterday on Sunday. As yesterday it was over 1,000, I believe, protesters on the ground. Because, of course, we were following it very closely over the last several days as hundreds of protesters, they're moving toward different intersections of Los Angeles and Aliso near downtown, a federal building. The skirmish line of officers in place blocking access to the 101 on-ramps. Additional protesters remain gathered on Alameda Street. And, of course, Gavin Newsom, the governor, says hundreds of state and regional law enforcement officers will be moved into Los Angeles in hopes of maintaining order amid continuing protests. According to Newsom's office, nearly 400 California Highway Patrol officers will be deployed. The CHP has also issued a tactical alert, moving more than 250 other officers into the area to assist with road and highway safety. Another 240 officers will also be moving into the area from sheriff's departments in San Bernardino, Orange, Santa Barbara, Ventura counties, and from other police departments within LA. The Pentagon is also expected to formally deploy about 700 Marines to Los Angeles in the coming hours to help National Guard members respond to immigration protests. Of course, this is the base in 29 Palms in Southern California near Palm Springs. And you can see the California National Guard members with the riot gear at ready. People just mere steps away protecting this federal property right now, just about 3:30 local time in Southern California. As you can see them zooming in courtesy of Skyfox. You can see the California National Guard, the verbiage on those riot shields, the tactical.
And we saw the National Guard in action yesterday when a major convoy of CHP, LAPD, and National Guard made their way to the Metropolitan Detention Center. That was crazy stuff. Day 4 of the ICE riots, and things are kicking off here outside of a federal building in a federal district. They have taken over the entire area, it looks like. This is the same area from yesterday. They were able to get onto the freeway, but CHP has successfully blocked any attempt today. But as things progress, I don't know. We'll see.
Called Newsom, quote, grossly incompetent on Monday. Trump said if he were border czar Tom Homan, he would have Newsom arrested. Trump said, quote, I would do it if I were Tom, responding to a question. Quote, I think it's great. Gavin likes the publicity, but I don't think it would be a great thing. He's done a terrible job. I like Gavin Newsom. Trump continued, quote, he's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent. Everybody knows. All you have to do is look at his little railroad he's building. It's about 100 times over budget. We're putting a flagpole over there under the budget. I always do under the budget. So Newsom always also responded to President Trump on social media saying, quote, the President of the United States just called for the arrest of a sitting governor. This is a day I hoped I would never see in America. I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. This is a line we cannot cross as a nation. This is an unmistakable step toward authoritarianism. So this coming in from Gavin Newsom here on Live Now from Fox on this Monday. Strong language, strong rhetoric from President Trump, from Governor Gavin Newsom as well. So we were following it very closely. They did speak on the phone once for about 40 minutes over the weekend. We're not sure if they've spoken again since that moment, but of course, President Trump using unprecedented authority to move in the California National Guard. Governor Gavin Newsom saying that they were equipped to handle these protests, saying that Newsom did that President Trump was only sending in the National Guard to inflame tensions, Those were his words on Sunday. So, fourth day of anti-ICE protest. Demonstrators in Southern California right now gathering on the street outside of a federal building. So, following it again very closely. Doesn't seem that anything is happening, no movement. They're not marching, they're not chanting. We don't really have a vantage point on the ground right now. So let's take you back out to some of these comments and hear from more leaders, including
Well,
the LA.
they don't have a vantage point on the ground, but I do. Thank you, IRT Media. And as you can hear, they are chanting very loudly. Okay, so it looks like we have footage back in New York. Things are getting completely out of control there. I'll go back just so we can get a brief look.
Place in Los Angeles, but also other communities across the country, including there in New York City. You can see local police, NYPD, out right now as we're following the latest here on these anti-ICE demonstrations from coast to coast. All right, we want to talk about another story involving the president as the new travel ban also starts today, targeting...
All right. Well, we want to pay attention to this.
For those of you just joining, you guys, we're in front of the federal building here at the 300 block of North Los Angeles Street, with a large group of protesters are outside. And National Guard DHS has a line formed in front of the building just to make sure they don't try to vandalize the building or take over the building. Pretty much a stand down right now. I think it's gonna be 4 o'clock. Right now, local time here, 4 p.m. local time almost. Once 5 o'clock hits, everybody starts getting out of work. I believe this is going to get bigger. I estimate about 300 to 400 people now. When the first group arrived at the building, it's anywhere between 2 to 250, and starting to grow little by little. Now you have vehicles in support of the protest blocking the street as well now.
Alright, so we got some more footage from New York here. Let me see if I can pull this up.
The Northeast, the barricades up there in Lower Manhattan here on this Monday, approaching 7 o'clock local time there in the Big Apple. Again, coast to coast here on the other side of this country in Los Angeles. More protesters, anti-ICE demonstrators gathering.
So as the day progresses, we're going to see New York most likely become more lively. It's already 7, almost 7 Eastern Standard Time. So when it hits 8 p.m., 9 p.m., it's going to probably get crazy. As the guy was just saying on this stream here, it's about almost 5 p.m. So people are going to be getting off work. Give it another hour or so, there's probably going to be a lot more people. So everything is just beginning. The craziness tonight, well, I guess we'll find out how bad things are, but I'm hoping everything stays relaxed to some degree. I don't know, though. It is day 4 at this point.
And we know what that is. Local law enforcement is really trying to mitigate that, to try and mitigate the political disaster from what's happening on our city streets. So it's all so tenuous, and it's just something that we just are not used to seeing, at least in our city.
Yeah, indeed, Chris. And just for those who might just be joining us, point out exactly where this crowd is gathered. This is not Grand Park, right?
This is not Grant Park. A portion of this crowd did start the day over at Grant Park. City Hall is one block over. You can see City Hall right there on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. There were several protests earlier in the day, and now in the last hour, hour and a half, all of those groups have converged on the steps of the Federal Building on the 700 block of Los Angeles Street right there. They are blocking at least the southbound side now. Earlier they were blocking the entire street, but it looks like some of that southbound, or I should say, they're blocking the northbound side. The southbound traffic is starting to squeeze through there, but the closest protesters are at the bottom of the steps there. At the top of the steps are the line of National Guard troops there. There's about 7.
Okay, guys, we have more news. It looks like protests have now broken out in Aurora, Colorado. So we have protests in LA, Aurora, Colorado, and now in New York, and now in Colorado. So this is gonna be a wild one. If you are just joining right now, things are kicking off. It's a very small one in Colorado, but all it takes is a few people to become 100 people, then become 1,000, and next thing you know, shit hits the fan.
Keeping the people of our city safe has always been my North Star. That means keeping people safe from violent protests, and it means protecting people who are trying to do the right thing by protesting peacefully for what they believe. When I was a police officer, I met a man from China who was the victim of a crime, but was too scared to file a police report because of his immigration status. I think about that story often, and it's why I believe we must build a system based on trust, not fear. But two wrongs do not make it right. I understand that some New Yorkers may be angry, afraid, and ready to express that. New York City will always be a place to peacefully protest, but we will not allow violence and lawlessness. The escalation of protests in Los Angeles over the last couple of days is unacceptable and will not be tolerated if attempted in our city. And I want to assure all New Yorkers that we have the best police department in the world. Men and women who are prepared to handle any issues that may arise, especially when we are faced with deep division in our society.
And we've already seen a few people in New York get arrested. The protests in New York already heated and have just started. We are now seeing protests in Colorado, in Aurora, and the 4th day straight of these ICE riots in Los Angeles. Crazy stuff, guys.
Violence is a powerful and just weapon which cuts without wounding and ennobles the man who wields it. It is a sword that heals. In the face of conflict and division, we must choose peace and compassion over anger and retaliation. In New York City and all across the nation. In the pursuit of justice, we must choose the sword that heals. Balancing the needs for safety with the ideals of pursuing justice is what I have dedicated over 40 years of my life to, and what I will continue to do as the mayor of New York City. I thank you, and now I'll turn it over to Police Commissioner Tisch with more details on what we're doing to keep New Yorkers safe and ensure they can exercise their constitutional right to peacefully protest. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mayor Adams. As always, the NYPD will protect every person's right to protest peacefully. That right is central to our democracy, and the NYPD is committed to ensuring that people can always exercise that right safely. And as a matter of city law, we do not engage in civil immigration enforcement, period. We will continue to follow the law. But let me be crystal clear. We have no tolerance for violence, none. We have no tolerance for property damage. We have no tolerance for people blocking entrances to buildings or blocking driveways or blocking cars from moving. And any attacks against law enforcement will be met with a swift and decisive response from the NYPD. We are responsible for public safety and maintaining order in this city, and we will never abdicate that responsibility. I was on the phone all weekend with our federal partners. The message that I conveyed to them is the same message that I am conveying to you right now. At the New York City Police Department, we know how to police protests in a manner that maintains public safety and upholds the law. We have done so in thousands of protests over the last few years, and we will continue doing so going forward. At the mayor's direction, we have put plans in place so that if we do experience civil unrest of the sort that we have been witnessing in California, the full resources of the New York City Police Department are available and prepared to respond. We will maintain public order, and we will do it consistent with the law. I have tremendous confidence in the men and women of the NYPD who are expert in carrying out this critical work. I know that I speak on behalf of millions of New Yorkers who are grateful to them for their professionalism and for their commitment to service.
All right, just listening in there, that was Jessica Tisch wrapping up the NYPD commissioner, and also New York City Mayor Eric Adams talking about these
Okay, so it looks like they are clashing with one another right now, or they are moving around to do so. I don't know exactly what's happening here, guys, but we have a lot of movement.
They just attacked somebody. Charger, man.
Alright, I got a better angle here. Somebody actually in the crowd.
Out, just steps away, protecting some of this federal property. And it was an unprecedented move yesterday by President Trump to initiate the California National Guard over the will of the governor, Gavin Newsom. Talking about this here on Live Now from Fox, as we were following it very closely, as earlier on today, California AG Rob Bonta outlined their lawsuit against Trump and his order to federalize the National Guard. In the lawsuit, Newsom and Bonta say the court will find Trump's order unlawful. They contend that federal statute requires the governor to give his consent. They also argue that the order violates the state's sovereign right to control over the National Guard. So that is a point of contention there between the two individuals. President Trump asked about Governor Gavin Newsom, calling him, quote, grossly incompetent earlier on today. So the rhetoric very divisive between the two right now about what's going on in Los Angeles. Newsom on Sunday saying the deployment
Yeah, it looks like the peaceful protests aren't so peaceful. They were beating the crap out of some guy. Oh, wow. Okay, we have a guy in a white car with a paintball gun shooting at the National Guard. I don't know if the paintball gun, I think it might be loaded. I think it's loaded. A guy in a white car with a paintball gun shooting at the police or protesters or the National Guard.
Oh. Yeah.
It sounded like pepper balls were being shot, so I thought police were taking care of a couple crazy rioters, but no. We have a guy in a car doing a drive-by with a paintball gun.
It's likely inside City Hall, which is right here.
He might have just been shooting at the building, but regardless, like, yeah, what a moron. 100%.
I don't know who he's shooting at.
Yeah, you see the paintballs on the glass back there. He was just shooting at the building. Okay, so it looks like we have protesters pushing up on police here. Couple of CHP officers hanging out. And they're surrounded by rioters, protesters, whatever. It looks like we have a statement here.
In Los Angeles, you can see state and local leaders standing together to clean Trump's mess and pick up the pieces to ensure the safety of our community. You can see there Gavin Newsom.
So, Gavin, you should have been keeping your state safe to begin with, so something like this doesn't happen, but here he is blaming Trump for his own issue.
Talking about the 700 Marines that are being deployed right now, as the Pentagon planned to deploy about 700 Marines to Los Angeles on Monday to help California National Guard members respond to immigrant protests. This, according to officials telling the Associated Press, prepared as California is to sue President Donald Trump over its use of the Guard to confront the protesters. The Marines were deployed from their base in 29 Palms in Southern California. The Attorney General said the president's action had, quote, trampled the state's sovereignty. Rob Bonta saying, quote, we don't take lightly to the president abusing his authority and unlawfully mobilizing California National Guard troops. The streets of sprawling streets there. 4 million people were quiet Monday morning until just right now at this moment. So let's just, again, listen in. You can see the clashing mere moments. Tension continues to ride, the ebbs and flows of some of these protests taking place. Let's listen back in. As we were watching this unfold, you can see some of the reporters on the ground. Our Fox 11 team, Fox LA, looking at all of these different angles themselves. They will be able to get a better vantage point. So let's take you right now out to their breaking news coverage of the developing scene, the day number 4 of anti-ICE protests in Southern California.
They brought in officers from all over the place, which they have placed to secure the perimeter of this location and to, in their minds and in their own words, maintain peace with the crowd. At this point, we have seen little skirmishes.
Yeah, we've seen more than little skirmishes. Okay. Okay.
We should be on their way.
Alright, so it looks like we have footage of police either arresting or escorting this guy. Not sure what happened there, but there's a lot of officers in this area. That looks like it's just down the street from where the main protest is, this one right here.
Sorry guys, there's so much of a glare I can't even see what you guys are seeing. Thank you, buddies.
Spider-Man with another gifted membership. Thank you so much. Hey, and this one's actually going to somebody who watches the channel pretty often. Daniel Price receiving a gifted membership. Shout out. Thank you, Spider-Man.
More nights. If you guys send gifts and ghosts, do appreciate it. I did get my car back this morning. Yeah, thank you. For the donut challenge. Maybe here in the little, if it just keeps staying down, I might break away for a little bit, go get some clothes. Pop out. Who knows? No, never mind. We'll stay out here. I'll worry about the clothes early in the mornings before going live again here. So we'll stay live until tonight. Wake up in the morning, head down to the store, get some clothes, and we don't have to go all the way home. It'd be a waste of 4 hours driving 2.5 hours out, 5 hours maybe. I did get my car today, guys. They did rip me off. guys want to let AM/PM towing know how you guys feel, you guys go ahead. This is a review section. Charge me for 3 days of storage when the vehicle was not even in their possession. Excuse me, for more than 48 hours. Also, charge like $250, $270 towing fee. What's a straight highway robbery? People sitting over the wall here, and it's crazy, man. Any little bump, they're going down at least 15, 20 feet.
This is it.
The good thing I bought extra chargers last night. This is one of the chargers I bought, and it was crap because it broke right away from the fell. Matt, do not know how many more days I'm staying out there. So he's saying SWAT's coming.
SWAT coming!
So he's saying SWAT's coming, guys. Let me get down there. A different view. Oh, sorry. I mean, they're saying SWAT trucks down there, so let's go check it out. It's a lot better over here in the shade. Woo, it was hot up there. I got 3 water bottles this morning. They're gone. It's been a hot one today. Temperature's like 80 something, but there was no shades, direct sun, and hardly any breeze. It's starting, the wind's...
Alright, I had to go quickly grab something to eat. I am back. I have no idea where that guy was going, but they are still outside of that building in full force here. Let's get proper angle going.
Smuggling and conspiracy charges. We're going to be joined right now on the ground in Nashville, Tennessee by Fox's Asher Red. Asher, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now. What can we expect later this week?
Well, Andy, Kilmar Abrego Garcia has been back in the U.S. since Friday, and when he landed, he came straight to this federal courthouse behind me here in downtown Nashville. The judge pushed his arraignment back to this Friday due to a language barrier there, and that's because he and his interpreter wanted more time to go over an indictment together. That indictment was handed to Abrego Garcia in English. Now, the indictment says that Abrego Garcia played a significant role in a human smuggling ring for about a decade. The Tennessee Highway Patrol pulled Abrego Garcia over for speeding in 2022. 8 other men were inside the vehicle at the time, and troopers found $1,400 in cash, and they flagged Abrego Garcia to ICE. Abrego Garcia is a suspected MS-13 gang member who prosecutors say helped smuggle thousands of women, children, and fellow gang members into the U.S. The indictment also says that Abrego Garcia trafficked weapons, drugs, and explicit images of a minor. Now, some Democrats were angry over his deportation, pushing for due process, including Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen, who visited Abrego Garcia in El Salvador. But now that Abrego Garcia is back in the U.S., Republicans want him to stand trial before deporting him again.
amazed at, and I saw it at our hearing with Secretary Noem, is seeing the Democrats hold Mr. Garcia up as if he's some golden boy, poster child that they all rally behind when he's in fact related to MS-13, a trafficker.
Abrego Garcia is charged with 2 counts, human smuggling and conspiracy. He could face up to 10 years in prison for each person that he's accused of smuggling. Abrego Garcia is in the custody of the U.S. Marshals at a holding facility about 70 miles from where I'm standing. He'll be there until his arraignment. That's because the judge thinks that he could be a flight risk due to his violent past and his ties to violent organizations. Andy?
All right, very interesting. Thank you so much for bringing us the latest on Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I do want to ask you, because we're watching the tensions continue to flare up in so many communities around the country about these anti-ICE protests, as vocalists, demonstrators coming out against some of these immigration policies by the Trump administration. Have you seen anything on the ground there in Nashville about some of these protests?
Yeah, we haven't seen anything yet, but it's funny you mentioned that because just a few hours ago, I was talking to one of the U.S. Marshals who is in charge of covering this building for security purposes, and he said that on Friday, when Kilmar Abrego Garcia is expected to be here for his trial, or not trial, his arraignment, they're expecting protesters. They're expecting both protesters who are protesting ICE and also protesters who are against ICE and counter-protesting those others. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Asher. We appreciate your time reporting here on Live Now.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Of course, the arraignment up next here for Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who is in Nashville, Tennessee, of course, facing charges of human smuggling and conspiracy there as he returned from El Salvador. And we've documented the Maryland man, the illegal immigrant, and accused ties to gangs, including MS-13. So we're following all of this here very closely on Live Now from Vox. Let's turn our attention real quick back to Los Angeles as we're hearing different comments about the deployment of Marines. And LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell says he has not heard of this, saying the LAPD has not received any formal notification that the Marines will be arriving in Los Angeles. However, the possible arrival of federal military forces in Los Angeles, absent clear coordination, presents a significant logistical and operational challenge for those of us charged with safeguarding this city. The Los Angeles Police Department, alongside our mutual aid partners, have decades of experience maintaining and managing large-scale public demonstrations, and we remain confident in our ability to do so professionally and effectively. That said, our top priority is the safety of both the public and the officers on the ground. We are urging open and continuous lines of communication between all agencies to prevent confusion, avoid escalation, and to ensure coordinated, lawful, and orderly response during this critical time. So, of course, this coming in right now from Jim McDonnell, responding to a possible deployment, saying the LAPD, they themselves have not heard any response, any coordination about Marines being deployed to that area to protect federal property. They will not be used, according to Jennifer Griffin, a U.S. official telling our Fox News partners that they will not be used as law enforcement there on the ground. As we're watching this here unfold in real time, you can see California National Guard members on hand already. They are with the riot gear, the riot shields in front of this building. Let's take you right now back out to more comments from our Fox 11 team on the ground to give us some details of what's going on in Southern California during day 4 of the unrest.
As you can see from the helicopter. And in the middle of all this, I don't know if you can hear me, Al. Go to your left to the man with, there's a man with these yellow flowers, he stopped. But we actually have people who are entertaining the crowd. Let's see if he does it again, because in the middle of all this going on, there's a man doing tumbling flowers and another one who's tumbling, it's kind of the scene as if it were a gathering at a party, but he's moving back now, the guy with the flowers, if we see him do it again. But for a long time, this has been a very kind of almost festive corner for some of the people who don't want to be involved in the screaming. But yes, right now what you do have is what you see in these things, which is the screaming. Somebody at some point is going to have to give. And the question is who and how. Well, if it goes long enough, people begin to disperse on their own, but we'll see.
There's a bit of leadership often with protests. I see somebody down there walking by handing out water bottles. There's another sign in the crowd that says first aid. You said the crowd had some kind of people of leadership kind of action saying, stop, don't throw bottles. Are you seeing a coordinated
I'll tell you, no,
effort
it's not a leadership. I gotta stop you because this is the weird thing about this crowd. No, there isn't an organization leader at this point. Many of them came from much more organized crowds, but this is very organic. The people handing out water, I talked to them earlier, they just showed up. They just wanted to help. The people who were next to me trying to run down to stop the people who were throwing water bottles are not the leaders of this group. They're just here. So it's kind of like an organic situation. It really is a leaderless group. Maybe small groups have people, but it's not like just one person that is telling everybody what to do, which is why I can't tell you what they're going to do. Usually, if that were the case, they'd say, oh, we're going to march north on the street and down. That's not what's happening here. People are just coming, and as they see it on social media, more people come down.
So you're saying at Grand Park.
So it's interesting.
Yeah, at Grand Park, when they had the news conference or the rally earlier, that was more organized with leadership, and this is kind of the spillover?
Yes, very much so. The people that you see here, somewhere in Grand Park, somewhere in Olvera Street, a large contingent was a group of students who started a rally here at 11. So it's a different people. It's not like one leader telling all these people what to do. We've seen it kind of evolve and grow this way, but it's not. No, it's very organic. It really is. Let's see to the right over here what's going on, because that group over there with the flags. Somebody's trying to talk to somebody. Somebody's trying to they were trying to approach some of the National Guardsmen to talk to them, but I don't think that's going to happen. And in some of these groups, you'll see somebody trying to coordinate. Hey, can we do this? Can we do that? But no, nothing that I see here that is very organized. Not on this end of things. Maybe on the other side, but not here. Completely organic.
Christina. David Huerta is the president of the SEIU, California, major labor union representing thousands of workers. Oh, okay. Well, he was arrested during the protests and then was released on bail, or was it bail or bond or whatever the hell it said? Anyway, he was released, and yeah, so that happened. Crazy stuff.
So let me repeat, because I have a lot of noise. You want to get a sense of what people here think if somebody's in this country illegally?
Yeah, what
they think about that. I think the majority of the people around me say...
There are people that are watching this that feel, okay, if you're here illegally, the ICE has a legal right to deport you, and they're just doing their jobs, and it's wrong to try to stop them from doing their jobs. What do these folks say?
Well, it is their jobs, and yeah, if they're there illegally, then yeah, they're doing their job.
Difference. They're the people who are going to tell you everybody should open borders. That's one end of the spectrum. But I think what has drawn so many people here right now...
Right there,
that man over there?
Yeah, he's a big social media star.
Ah, what's his name?
I think Hassan Piper.
Oh, so you're looking at Hassan. Thank you very much. Hassan Piper is a big social media star, and that's people are going up to him. But I'm not sure if it is, but it looks like him.
He is a big social media star.
But
He's also a giant loser, so I guess Hassan Piker is in the protest again.
Majority of people is... If suddenly tomorrow they said, okay, we're going to close borders and we're not going to let in people illegally, that's one thing. Going after people who've been here for 30 years and have been allowed to stay and create lives who are our neighbors, a lot of people have a problem with that. I don't know. Let me ask around. Can I talk to you? Are you here? Yeah. Where are you from?
I'm from New Jersey, but I've been living here for about a year and a half.
Okay, so this gentleman is talking to us. You're looking at the picture, but I see you here. My anchors were asking for the people who are here for the protest. What brings you here? The rally to protest?
The rally, the lack of due process, the rounding up people at their jobs, mostly, at schools, like taking parents away from their kids' graduations. That's a step too far, in my opinion.
Now, when they say, well, these people just entered illegally yesterday, does that change your mind at all?
I'm not so sure. I agree that there should be, border control has a job to do. But I think you were saying earlier that people who have been here for 10, 20, 30 years making lives, those people should be given opportunity for citizenship rather than just put in a detention center and sent away.
You see, and what I'm hearing from this, thank you so much for talking to us. What I'm hearing from him, I hear a lot. And keep in mind, look, I have covered immigration, which is a much more complicated issue that I would even pretend to try to fix. But I'll tell you this. I have been through 2 rounds of pardons and letting people stay here. And then they do that, and then they do nothing else. And then they expect people to suddenly understand why in one administration, suddenly they want to close everything down. This problem is a problem not of this administration or the past administration or the administration before. This has been going on for many, many years. And every administration passes it to the next one. And there's, and yes, there'll be the pardons, there'll be this for a little bit. But honestly, it's not fixed. And until people start thinking long term, how are we going to deal with this? Not just closing the border and kicking out everybody who's been here either, which is the other extreme. When we're honestly ready for that discussion, then perhaps something can be done. But it's our own fault that we are where we're at, because nobody's wanted to really deal with it. And when you suddenly deal with it with no holds bar, it's people some people anyway have a hard time swallowing that.
The last time.
So there's our guy. He's doing the entertainment back here.
Okay, I'm tired of listening to her, so we'll try and find another angle here in a sec. But we do have, once again, thousands of people protesting in the outside of the federal building in a federal district. The other day, this exact same area they protested in blocked the freeway, and then all chaos broke out after that, throwing concrete onto cars, burning the self-driving cars. Many self-driving taxis or Ubers or whatever they were burnt. That's all going to be paid for by the taxpayers.
Oh, hey.
Alright, looks like some craziness is starting to happen outside of the federal building, right next to, or I guess we are in the Civic Center, that's what it's called. Federal building, City Hall, Criminal Courts building, U.S. Courthouse, and the LA Police Headquarters, all within this district here.
Mike, yeah, Cash App is rejecting everything. So if you guys are trying to use Cash App, guys, it's not working for me. I don't know what happened to my Cash App. It's rejecting pretty much everybody. But we do have Venmo, PayPal, Zelle, Gift and Go. Venmo, PayPal, and Zelle is the best way. It gets it to me right away. Gifts and Go usually takes about 4 or 5 days. Up to a week.
I got here later. Oh, yes.
Yeah, Venmo works, guys.
No, I just missed it. I arrived at 6:30.
Venmo works, Lori. I know you've been trying to. I get the notifications that it was canceled for my protection. I don't know why they're trying to protect me from. But anybody that's trying to do Cash App today, it tells me that the payment receipt was canceled for my protection. Thank you so much. And then anybody restreaming, please make sure you guys are giving me the credit.
Yes, I have been giving you the credit. IRT Media, give this guy a like and a sub as I've been shouting him out. Name on the screen as well. Thank you very much, IRT Media.
I got a good night's sleep last night.
My car got fucking smashed, dude.
Where at?
My windshield, just the flashbang grenade hit my windshield, shattered it.
Man, that sucks.
Yeah.
My car got towed on Saturday morning in Paramount.
Are you serious?
I just got it out this morning.
How much did that cost?
About $500.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's why I'm at to spend for a windshield.
And he wanted to charge me near $600, but I told him, no, I got a large following. I'm gonna let him know. He goes, whoa. Well, I'll give you a discount. It's still $500. He charged me 3 days of storage fee. The vehicle was not lifting for 48 hours. How you come up with 3 days storage fee?
You can't negate it though. You have to do what they say, right? That's what you do. So that was smart. You said, hey, we're gonna burn this bitch down.
No, I'm gonna post his Google review.
I still would too.
All right, well, I mean, he has like a 4.5 star rating right now. I'm pretty sure.
Really?
We could get it down to a 1 star.
Yeah, I was gonna say we'll knock that radar down, man. That's wild. $500, that's great.
Kenny, your Cash App got denied too. I don't know why. It's not letting me take Cash App right now.
It was just a fight.
Yes, for you guys heard.
So it actually looks like it's clearing out. There's a lot of people leaving. The crowd is starting to disappear. There's still a good amount of people here, but there's a larger amount about an hour ago, hour and a half ago. So I don't know if they're moving somewhere else or if people just, it's hot out, don't want to stand out in the sun. So I don't know. I don't think it's going to be as crazy as yesterday and the day before. But the night is still young. We have not seen the sun go down yet. So only time will tell. Police are still completely... they've locked down this entire area. No vehicles are getting in and out. But there's a lot of foot traffic. As we see a line up here And we saw on another stream, we don't have anymore, but there was another lineup around the other side of the building. A lot going on.
Paramount the day before? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Amy. Damon sent me some funds since Saturday.
All right, well, that just happened again. So we got a car doing donuts in the middle of the intersection here. A lot of foot traffic. This is very sketchy.
What shop was open right now?
It's Mike's Deli, I believe. So if you go right up a street and then right to the left, like, yeah, it's bam.
Pretty good.
It's open to media. He said don't tell anybody, but
Yeah, well, nobody else.
well, they just don't want people
Smashing
getting
your
pissed
stuff.
because of we
Cam left.
But I just got it. Go up the street, next stoplight, take a left.
All right, looks like we have a large patrol of police motorcycles driving down. Not exactly sure. But this intersection right here, a lot of action going on. This Charger's doing donuts and everything. I'm starting to lose my voice. I've been talking so much over the past 48 hours.
The truck brought water in. Have you guys been tear gas yet?
Okay, so we have some movement here on the... I don't know if that's the ramp onto the freeway or like a service road off the freeway, whatever the hell road this is. We have... It looks like fully geared. I don't know exactly what these trucks are, But we saw them on day 2 when they were blocking off an overpass near that donut shop and the strip mall there. We saw a lot of those style vehicles and those kinds of officers. It says hundreds of DTLA, so maybe that's DTLA and that style vehicle there, but that is, they're coming in to either replace LAPD or they are going to push in and try and get rid of these protesters here. I don't know what's going to happen, but the next few hours should be very interesting nonetheless. At first, it seemed like the crowd was starting to dissipate, but people are moving. They're moving over here to the police lineup. So this crowd looks like it's getting smaller, but the crowd over to the left is only getting larger. And as the sun goes down, more people are going to come out because they're not going to have to deal with the heat. What a crazy turn of events. Here, let me mute this. Once again, check out IRT Media. Thank you, IRT Media.
Yeah, the streamer Ike Mile just tried to cash app me too, and it got denied, so I don't know what's wrong with my cash app.
Okay, we have some new breaking news here. I was just informed Trump is deploying another 2,000 guard troops to LA. First 2,000 given no food or water, approximately, blah, 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 only are 300 deployed. So the rest are sitting unused in federal buildings. I don't know if he actually is deploying another 2,000, but this is coming out right now from a Gavin Newsom tweet.
Hey, thanks, brother. Thank you for the support. Hopefully I'm not mispronouncing your name. Ike Mile.
The Service Employees International Union, SEIU, healthcare, hospital staff, home care workers, and nursing home employees, public services, government employees, including law enforcement, property services, janitors, security guards, and food service workers. SEIU is a major labor union representing nearly 2 million workers across the United States and Canada. Interesting.
TikTok's horrible for stuff like this. Facebook does the same thing to me. It's fine when I'm streaming, as long as the cops don't show up.
Sometimes I got like 20,000 people, 30,000 people watching the match. It's like, no.
This guy's tagging the sidewalk.
This is troublemakers. You probably don't put on a mask unless you have a plan of not wanting somebody to see your face. And so this is concerning.
Well, the woman who was handing out the masks, you see her quite clearly there in that beige T-shirt. She's not covering her face at all. So I would love to hear from her as to what this is about. Alex, you do bring up the fact that this could be very concerning. It is a Monday and not the weekend, so you're wondering.
Okay, so a truck full of banana crates, which are loaded with masks, just showed up to the protest here. That's not a good sign. The boxes are also filled with Mexican flags. And we have another vehicle speeding down the intersection doing burnouts. Like I just said, sun is beginning to go down. Oh man, we have bionic shield faces, shields for the face, and all of that. They're setting up for something, guys. Be prepared.
Sidewalk right in front of this truck, and we've seen people doing burnouts in the street. There's no local law enforcement around.
Let us clarify, because we've been showing a wide shot and from a different angle. A whole lot of officers on the other side of the federal building almost behind you, and perhaps the visual is obstructed from your point of view. But I can tell you there are many, many, many LAPD cars and officers there that have staged. They are blocking that freeway overpass so protesters can't get on that overpass like they did yesterday and throw bricks or concrete or scooters down on law enforcement that was below that had cleared the 101 freeway. So perhaps they're not where you are, but there's a lot of them already positioned there. They're not getting caught off guard by a crowd gathered here.
So, I mean, that was quite a shot that we have there of these folks, and your photographer just gave us a great shot of the box that was left behind, which showed the brand of mask. I mean, it's not the kind of thing, thank you for seeing this there. It looks like a bionic shield is what that's called. I mean, that's not the kind of thing that you
All right, guys, we have somebody who has climbed up the light fixture on the side of the road and is now waving a flag in the air. That is crazy.
Be here for a while, and they feel like they gotta load up. I mean, that reminds me, Matt.
Guys, I got a bad feeling about these people in the truck that just pulled up with a bunch of protester equipment.
By a lot of the folks that were anti-Israel, and they kind of were getting ready for potential battle at night, too, based off of their gear.
Yeah, I remember back to that. They were setting up their encampment, right? So they were bringing in stuff for their tents, their camping equipment, and then you were seeing truckloads of food being dropped off. Now this time we have truckloads of masks being dropped off for whatever's to come later tonight. Like I said, again, you can feel an energy in the air of uncertainty and just kind of waiting for something to happen, whatever that is.
And Matthew, you can't see necessarily, unless you have a monitor there, the shot we just showed of all the law enforcement that is just to the other side of you, behind you. There is quite a presence. Now, I'm not sure why they don't have officers on this side of the federal building on Temple Street there, but behind you, they are there in force. Now, perhaps law enforcement will see the picture that we just showed there, as well as the other media that is there lined up there with you. And obviously those people that were dropping off the masks, they weren't shy about showing their faces.
Yeah, no, they just showed up and they're still here. I mean, they're wearing a mask right now, but for the most part, they didn't seem like that was a big concern. I can see, like you're saying, I can see police in the distance.
Behind you.
Yeah, we can see them on the other side of the federal building down Temple Street over there.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
And they've been watching this take place. I mean, this has been going on for 30 minutes of the people doing the donuts and stuff on this street. But it seems like they're more worried about more violent issues than that at this point, anyway.
And we should also note, also sort of behind you, where the federal building is right there, where the crowd is behind you, the bulk of the crowd, you have the National Guard there and a lot of other officers there that are standing that Christina Gonzalez has been showing us. Hard to see it in this picture, but right over your shoulder, there's a lot of law enforcement. There's a lot of National Guard members right there.
Yeah, and those National Guard members are really just focused on protecting that federal property. As far as going out beyond that, I don't think they have the jurisdiction at this point to really do crowd control. They're just in charge of protecting that federal building. It seems to me like it's going to be up to local police to how far this can go with the crowd and how far they're going to let it go. But again, yeah, it seems like the national police that we're seeing are just in charge of protecting the federal building.
So, we are approaching the top of the hour. As we do, we are going to take a moment to reset here. We're also going to be welcoming viewers who are joining us on our sister station, Fox 11 Plus, who are used to...
Awesome. Man, thank you guys. Everybody's coming over, subscribing. Thank you for the shout. Thank you for the credit. That's all what it takes, guys. Just maybe the restreaming. If you feel like sending a couple bucks, go for it.
Okay, we have some interesting developments here. A lot of the crowd out front of the federal building has bled over to this lineup here of police and DTLA officers, or whatever you want to call these individuals here. Truckfuls of them just pulled up, and they have been deployed and are awaiting further orders. We are unsure if they are going to push down the street to clear it out, to try and take complete control over the federal building, the front of the federal building. I don't know if that's what they're going to do, but all of those trucks just got here. Like I said, all these people filling up onto this side of the road here. So, only time will tell. More people heading that way right now. Alright, we got nothing from that feed, just helicopter noise, so I'll go back to IRT Media.
Yeah, Barney.
So the anti-ICE protest, 700 Marines deployed to assist National Guard. Newsom blasts Marine deployment as un-American. 1,000 National Guard members on the ground. Newsom sues Trump administration over this development, and Trump endorses potential arrest of Newsom. We also have... Oh.
Joy, is your redirect turned on?
I think...
Wait a minute.
Beating this dude? What are they doing here? Okay, yeah, looks like they got into a bit of a altercation here, guys. This is bloody insane. Okay, I gotta be careful with showing that. We have protesters attacking media right now. That's insane. Protesters attacking photographers and media. And they're still chasing them down. And I think somebody is KO'd on the ground there. That is crazy. Holy shit, guys. So these aren't protesters. These are full-blown rioters that are attacking press. They've attacked police over the past few days and National Guard. They've burnt self-driving cars. It's been an insane past 4 days. We literally just, look, they're chasing down people. Oh, we have police now pushing upwards down the street, as I would assume the press ran to the police. Police now probably going to arrest these people. What a crazy, crazy turn of events.
So they were pushing one of the press guys, which led. So they have blocked all exits, guys. All exits have been blocked now. So they're pushing somebody down here, and which led them to come by the block. So the only way out right now is this way, guys.
Okay, so it looks like CHP officers have blocked off every road essentially in and out. Don't think they're letting people through. Unless you're press or whatever. I would assume you could go wherever you please, but they have blocked off this road here. They blocked off the road opposite to this side. And we have people sandwiched in between the two. A lot of people just everywhere right now. We got people sitting on the road again.
Brewing, I guess you could say. Right now, though, again, police just kind of here, watching the situation as looks like some protesters are yelling at them. But this is what we're looking at right now.
And we have some clarity on those masks. They're called bionic shields, and I initially thought they were gas masks coming off the car that they were being handed out, as Alex said, like candy to people in the crowd. We did a little research there. They cost about $34 to $64, and they are protective masks, kind of like what you might see in a workshop. It kind of protects you from chemical splash or sparks or debris, but it is not a gas mask.
It's meant for like mechanics or people that are doing body work on cars, and I don't think they're going to be doing body work on cars tonight. Do you see any cars coming in for body work tonight, Matthew?
No, no cars for body work here tonight. We did just see another box of someone handing out more masks. So again, like, obviously we don't know what's going to happen tonight, but it does seem like protesters here are preparing for something to happen, some sort of altercation, possibly with police.
I'd be curious also, and I know it's hard to get in there, but who's funding this? Who's paying for these masks that are $34 to $64 each? Who's handing all this stuff? Where are these boxes coming from?
I just saw some rocks being thrown, and that is a great question you mentioned about who's paying for those masks to have them just show up by the truckload. But we did just see some people throwing stuff. You hear some people in the crowd not agreeing with it, telling them to calm down. But again, you can feel an energy right now that's hard to describe.
Yeah, I saw a woman kind of pushing somebody back. Is that her right there? She's kind of pushing this guy, you know, kind of saying, no, no. We also saw that with Christina Gonzalez as well, who said her location, although it was an organic crowd, was staying peaceful, and that when somebody threw a water bottle, the crowd reacted like, no, that's not where we want to go. That was this specific crowd. These are not the people necessarily who have caused so much damage that we saw yesterday. Bizarre behavior there, somebody acting very strange there. And being videotaped, as we do in this day and age. But right now, what you saw when you described somebody intervening with somebody who was starting to kind of cause some unrest is what Christina Gonzalez also described as well.
Yeah, it does seem like there's a segment of the crowd that doesn't want to see the violence, doesn't want to see the unrest, and then there are, those people in the crowd that's what they're here for, right? Agitators. They want to see the disruption.
Yeah, and we're noting this social media era of people wanting to document everything, including their own activities, which also means law enforcement says, hey, we're watching too. There's a lot of videos out there. They're documenting the actions of people, and they're saying that for some of the most severe of the agitators who caused the most damage, we're going to be trying to track you down and make arrests. And they have made arrests yesterday. So we're watching the scene here, and describe for me, Matthew, the cars there. Is that just the public trying to drive down the street there, caught up amidst these protests?
Yeah, it is the public. I mean, you've got to imagine. I mean, most people in LA across the world know what's been happening in here the last few days, and especially in the evening, nighttime. To guess, you would imagine that a lot of these people are either coming here to be a part of the protest or to see what's going on. Just based on what we're seeing, we saw lots of people getting dropped off earlier. Right now, there are kind of two segments of this crowd, again, where Christina Gonzalez was outside the federal building, and over here at Los Angeles and Temple Street, as these demonstrators are now face-to-face with police.
Yeah, and it may be that they are looking for a conflict tonight. Matthew,
as we tend to see in scenarios like that, the people that are definitely looking for a conflict.
Yep. So we see that stat on your screen, 700 Marines deployed to assist National Guard. That order coming today, something that the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, announced. We do not expect them to be in place today. They're leaving from 29 Palms and will be there sometime soon. We don't have an exact date or time for when we expect them to be in place. Let's see what happens with this car that's trying to come through. So we expect around 5:15, which is about 2 minutes from now, a press conference from the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, and the chief of police of Los Angeles, Jim McDonnell, to talk about where we're at and where we're going. Last night, we had a couple opportunities to talk with her, and she really tried to get the message out that violence is not the answer, and that there would not be tolerance for violence is not the answer, and that there would not be tolerance for violence. We'll see if both the mayor and the police chief maybe have a different strategy tonight for handling all of this or not. But as soon as that press briefing gets underway, we will take you there live. We'll see if it starts on time. In the meantime, we continue to look at these pictures from downtown LA. A big change from yesterday as we look at the freeway, wide open and not much traffic in downtown LA at this time, which is strange because usually you would see a whole lot of traffic at this time. Christina talked about the fact that a whole lot of people are trying not to get near downtown LA, including people who work there because of what we're seeing today. It is clear that...
Okay, looks like it's getting heated on all fronts, ladies and gentlemen.
Why you guys are on the fucking drug test? Remember your tribe, Fernandez. We're supposed to keep families together. We just want to keep our
very strange group of individuals gathered in front of the CHP officers here. We are seeing a guy walking around saying they're all on coke. This guy's... Oh, looks like they're surrounded on both sides. That's very interesting. Okay. That's a crazy situation for these, like, 5 or 6 officers.
Here comes backup talking to everybody to the right.
What are the police even doing here? They're clearly not blocking people from going past them, so what? Like, this guy was just, he had his back to tons of people. Why aren't they just moving to a different line? They're not even holding that front. Yeah, if you bring a dog or a kid to a protest, you are really stupid. Like, incredibly stupid. What's the point? You know there's going to be loud noises, you know there's going to be tons of people, you know there's potentially going to be whatever the hell is going on right now, clashing with National Guard and CHP, so like why the hell are you bringing a dog to a protest or a kid? Ridiculous. Alrighty, looks like we have some first-hand action of a very angry person. This guy, he's very aggravated.
I'm warning him.
Alright, I don't know what just happened to this.
Go that way.
The feed seems to be dying out. I will try to find a replacement for now, but it's too bad because that guy is right in the thick of it. It looks like there's a lot more people building up on the left side of the federal building now. The protest began in front of it and is now shifted over to the left. They want to get onto the freeway. That's what they want to do. That's been their main objective every single time. They were successful yesterday. The CHP, LAPD, and DTLA or not the DTLA, the LAPD, all of them are here blocking it off. We have National Guard, military on standby. It's a fucking cesspool.
Air 7 News Desk, you up? Air 7 News Desk, you up? Hey there, can somebody confirm if they've given the dispersal order? Has there been a dispersal order given down there?
The trunk is open. Were they retreating from the vehicle? Black helmet. Nichols!
Okay, so the feed is really bad, but a small group of officers were just overrun and pushed back. They were completely surrounded there. Really, really bad line to hold. So they've moved over to this section beside the federal building and probably just reinforced that line there. We have a line here of officers and then down on the side of the federal building. Oh, it looks like we have people taking stuff out of cars again. And then we have another group of people here in front of a stage, or was this earlier? Actually, I think that was earlier, so put that back up there. Get some footage happening from now.
We have stepped back a little bit because people are pointing out. So I want to give you a perspective of what's going on over there. But first, let me show you up here because everybody's pointing at the top of the building in that area. Now, they are saying that there's people with guns. I see people with trying to keep an eye from there where the crowd is going. But some of the people were saying that they had snipers up there. From the perspective here, I know that they have weapons, but I see them mostly trying to keep eyes on what is going on from the federal building, which is where we're at. Now, let's see if we can walk this way a little bit. Walk with me. Because this, what is really difficult about to secure this, as it were, for LAPD, is that you have pathways that go all around the federal building. If they had completely blocked the federal building, this might be easier. But you can see somebody over here selling. How much are the flags going for?
They're $20.
$20. Are you doing a good business today?
Hey, that's not me, is it?
¿En cuánto están son $20?
Oh, sí, $20.
$20.
Sí,
Mucho negocio, a lot of business.
No, it's slow.
It's slow. It's slow.
We are coming here because we're not working, and we need to make a little money,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're selling the flags? Okay.
Yeah, we're selling flags now. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's what I meant about earlier, the festive thing. We had like people selling, carne asada, hot dogs and stuff like that. But let's see where that crowd was going. But again, this gives you a sense of how difficult. This is much more of a festive area here. People are there's no violence. There's nothing going on that's crazy here. Let's go over there to see, because that's what happens as it gets later. Family members begin to leave. Some of the original people who were here with rallies, and then you have a different type of person. So here we are at Los Angeles and Temple. This is the area where you saw some of the original people who were here with rallies, and then you have a different type of person. So here we are at Los Angeles and Temple. This is the area where you saw some of the situations supposedly going on. Let's see if we can check it out from this perspective, let me hang on to you. Else, forgive us, we are walking down the stairs with a live camera. You're still with us over there, guys?
We still got you, Christina.
This is live television. All right, okay, so we're going to make our way over here and show you what's going on and we, in advance, please forgive us. I know that there's a lot of graffiti that has some bad words and things like that, so our apologies. We have no control of that, but...
Yeah, I think the bad words are the least of your issues. You're in the middle of a bloody riot, lady. We have another angle here of the lineup of CHP PD. People have shifted over to this side here. Have a bird's eye view of that if it wants to snap. There we go. Thank you. Crazy stuff right now, guys. It started off as one major protest in front of the federal building about 2 hours ago.
Sure.
And then it has separated into multiple fronts right now. We have rioters right in the faces of LAPD, haunting him right to his face. That's some crazy stuff right there.
Someone recently right now just said like back up because someone started throwing things.
Yeah.
So if they start throwing things, they're gonna, react back. So
let me ask you something. I'm gonna move you a little bit this way because I don't want you to get hit from behind. Okay. You look like the kind of person who is not a troublemaker or anything. You're here to make your point. Does it worry you when it gets a little scary like this?
A little, just because the majority that are here, we either do have papers, so we're like privileged to be here in this protest. Hopefully it stays peaceful as long as possible.
Yeah.
But those who can't, protest and I've had family members who have been deported as well. Her mother was deported when she was...
Her mother was just deported?
Yeah. No, her mother was deported when she was... Sorry, how old were you? How old were you? 5 years old? Yeah. So it's I'm more like be here for support for her because she's being the voice for the kids that couldn't at her age when she was 5.
If you could say in one sentence what you want to make sure gets said about this whole thing on the personal level, what would it be?
The outcome that I want here?
What would you want people to know? You got the world listening right now. What do you want people to know about this whole thing as someone going through it like you are?
That we're hard workers. I've seen how my mom and my dad, they didn't come here with papers. And
okay, so we have a lot of bubbles being shot in the air right now. Look, man. You have the right to protest. That's fine. Keep it peaceful. If you're there illegally, though, I mean, you're most likely going to be met with an ICE agent. That's just what it's coming down to right now. Yeah, those $20 flags were a ripoff. That guy wasn't making any money because they were so expensive. I'm hoping this IRT Media feed keeps up. Once again, shout out IRT Media. Go send them a like and a sub for being boots on the ground during this crazy event. I think we just lost the feed entire... Oh, no, we're good. All right.
The buffer. Sorry for the buffer, guys. I was trying to do something, see if I can fix it.
Unless they want to try.
Roberto, ya pensé.
Okay, so I have another boots on the ground here. Another angle of what's going on. So this angle appears to be on the left side of the federal building, and looks like they're getting pushed back. Okay, guys, so we have some craziness happening here. Pepper balls being shot from this line as they are driving back the rioters. And then we have a car parked here in the middle of the intersection, and the people are throwing stuff at the PD right now.
Coming, oh, glass. There was glass just thrown at the police. It is becoming violent out here right now.
Everything has kicked off in a matter of minutes right now. In the top left corner, we see the PD pushing the rioters down the street in front of the federal building. And like I said, this car in the intersection here, parked on purpose, throwing things over to this lineup here. We have a lot of motion going on, a lot of chaos. Things were, I would say, as relaxed as it could be for this situation. Nothing was being burnt or anything. The craziest thing that happened was a guy with a paintball gun shot the building. But now it's kicking off. Now we're seeing tear gas, pepper balls, the foam, 40 millimeter rounds being used. This is, yeah, this has changed completely. And we have the car being used as cover right now. And yet there's another thing being thrown at the officers. This is kicked off like full force in the past couple minutes here, guys. Crazy turn of events. Nothing was really happening. Like I said, it was as relaxed as it could be. It was just a lot of people yelling. Which is, you know, whatever. That's just the protesting, I guess. But yesterday, full-out riot. Now we're seeing full-out riot again. This is not peaceful. It never was peaceful. Based on the actions we saw in day 3 and day 2. And now we're seeing it once again. Not peaceful. They're throwing stuff at each other. Here we go. And you have people yelling peaceful protest, but no, they literally parked a vehicle in the middle of the intersection and started throwing things at the PD. The intentions were not peaceful.
Are we buffering, guys? This time we're buffering.
ICE reported that it served 4 search warrants that day, arresting 44 immigrants who were in the U.S. without authorization, all during worksite raids. Congressional Democratic leaders from around the country were criticizing the raids and calling for Huerta's release. Interesting. The Democrats, well, they're backing this. They support this fully.
Building, guys.
Okay, so we have a lot of movement right now. It looks like the CHP, National Guard, etc., they just want to clear this road out. This is what I said earlier when they brought in all of those extra units. I was wondering if they were going to just be clearing out this road or if they wanted to block the freeway. But it looks like, yeah, they're just going to clear out this entire section. And they're boxing in all of the rioters right now. The AKA, this is a peaceful protest, even though we're seeing the exact opposite of that. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of motion right now. A lot of officers running back and forth, even up the stairs where IRT Media is. They're clearing out all levels to make sure nobody is in this facility's the federal building's main entrance. I think this is the main entrance anyway. Absolute craziness in DTLA right now. Take a look at this.
Woo, that shit hurt. Oh! I don't know why they shoot press for. I have the whole thing, I'm all pressed out. Yeah, he got me with one of those damn rubber bullets. Straight to the, oh my God.
So, we have a lot of things happening right now, guys. Holy shit. National Guard moving in, creating a new front around the federal building. I believe these are sheriffs, I don't even know what you want to call them, but they are completely kitted out. We have CHP, LAPD just moving up the front here, boxing them in, and it looks like they're going to try and create a perimeter around the government district where the riots keep happening. And we have tear gas being used. We saw concussion rounds, pepper balls, rubber rounds. They every single day now for the past 4 days, they've been using this stuff nonstop. And just boom, boom, boom. We're seeing the crowd disperse completely right now. Okay, so it looks like we have a statement from the, I would assume, LAPD sheriff.
As people run at us.
Police department is on tactical alert and in a state of partial
All right,
mobilization.
Christina, thank you. We now take you to a live press conference with the LAPD chief, Jim McDonald.
Communities and respond effectively to any unrest or unlawful activity. Let me explain for the public what all these means in practical terms. When we declare a tactical alert, we're activating a department-wide operational posture that enables us to reallocate officers rapidly, hold over shifts as needed, and prioritize major incidents. Officers assigned to the field remain in their areas unless they're reassigned. Activities are narrowed to police work of significance or major importance, and officers who are able to return to the field in their areas of assignment. We also notify all relevant command staff, including my office, the Office of Operations, Emergency Operations Division, in order to ensure seamless communication and coordination. In response to current events, we've also implemented partial mobilization of the department, which means we've extended watch hours, deferred days off for some personnel, and alerted off-duty officers to be ready for deployment. Our ability to scale up quickly is essential during this kind of fluid and unpredictable situation. We're deeply appreciative of the assistance we've received through the California Mutual Aid System, with officers and deputies from across Southern California already on the ground in Los Angeles supporting our efforts. We're also aware of reports that the president intends or has deployed U.S. Marines to Los Angeles. The introduction of federal military personnel without direct coordination creates logistical challenges and risks confusion during critical incidents. Los Angeles Police Department, alongside our mutual aid partners, have decades of experience managing large-scale public demonstrations, and we remain confident in our ability to be able to do so professionally and effectively. We urge full transparency and communication across all levels of government. Our priority is simple: keep both the public and law enforcement officers safe and to maintain order. To the public, we fully support your right to peacefully protest, but let me be absolutely clear. Those who choose to incite violence, engage in vandalism or graffiti, or attack officers will be arrested. There is no tolerance for criminal activity under the guise of protest. And many ask, not a lot of people, relatively speaking, have been arrested during this incident. Well, I would say that I wouldn't argue with you on that, but many more will be arrested as the investigation continues. There will be many more subsequent arrests. Finally, I want to offer my deep gratitude to the men and women of the LAPD and all of our partner agencies who are out there standing side by side. They're working long hours under intense pressure, and what I've seen as professionalism, courage, and commitment to this city has never been more evident than in the past couple of days. Thank you all very much.
Buenas tardes y gracias al alcalde Bass de la ciudad de Los Ángeles.
All right, so there you have
Desde esta tarde, el
the
departamento
mayor
de Los Ángeles
standing by as the police chief just spoke. They're talking about that tactical alert, which we told you about earlier, which means LAPD officers are being carried over on their shifts to work what you're seeing right there in downtown LA. He also talked about the Marines being sent to Southern California and a lack of coordination with them. What really stands out to me.
All 400, pay attention. The drivers, drive them back to Alameda Temple. Drive the vehicles back to Alameda Temple. We're going to push it down, get down. I thought we just said we were going to push it out now. Alright, I'll work this problem. I'll give you a few minutes. Alright, move on the vehicles back to Alameda.
From the real word of motherfucker, you're Mexican. What the fuck are you doing here? You're sick. Go home. Repent. There's still time. You're fucking sick. You hate yourself. You hate your own people. If you have kids, when they grow up, we're probably gonna be out here. We're probably gonna be out here fighting against people like you. You're fucking sick. And their grandbabies too. What did we ever do to you? And they know he feels bad.
Alright, so let's stop. Is fighting people your type of justice? Does this look justice to you or what?
All right, Idaho 50, who's the Paul unit that wants to push southbound Los Angeles? We're going to have to get a blocking force on your right side to make that happen. Just give me a second. We're working a problem here. We get it done. We get these cars cleared off. You can move them eastbound on Temple. Okay, copy on the eastbound push now towards Alameda. And same scenario as before. We're going to need a blocking force on the south side of the street. Otherwise, they're just going to run south on you. And the unit that has the info about the trash can with the lights, where's that at? Directly to the front north of City Hall. On Temple.
And they're chanting peaceful protest, but nothing we have seen from them has been peaceful. we just saw them throwing bottles and rocks, everything at the police over the past 3 days, and it just happened again earlier today, which is why the lines have shifted once again. They're trying to remove people away from the federal building before the lights go down, aka the sun. Have it looks like people overwatching from the top floor of the federal building here, most likely military, most likely National Guard. So guys, they're not messing around anymore. Yesterday the people took over the freeway, the rioters took over the freeway. That was a disaster. We saw numerous cruisers get destroyed and set on fire, or almost set on fire. And then we saw a lot of those self-driving cars set on fire. It was not peaceful yesterday, and like I said, we saw not peaceful again today. We also saw numerous trucks. You see those boxes on the ground there? We saw numerous vehicles, trucks and vans pulling up, delivering equipment to people in case things go crazy.
On this guy, we'll keep a distance. Try not to take one to the chest and get onto the stomach. They'll be running this way anyways right now. up, bro?
Hey, I didn't mean to know. I already got shot one time already.
I got shot too.
They shot me.
You
Shot
where
me in the ass. But now I was at them going to help out there. I just went up to Temple. I got it blocked off.
Yeah, they're the kid everybody in right now.
Hey, they can take me.
They want they could take you? He said they could take me. Yeah, he's been drinking all day.
Training through the equipment we use. It is a target-specific munition. That's not to say that it always hits the intended target, particularly in a dynamic situation. I know that the situation you're referring to with the member of the media, we saw that. We're very concerned about that, and we're looking into that.
But the horse trampling and the horse, the person
Yeah,
on the horse.
we're also aware of that, and we're looking at that as well.
Chief, go ahead, Just go ahead, and then Mary Beth, and then he's going to come back,
If I
guys.
may. You know, all of the streets surrounding the federal building complex, Los Angeles, Temple, Aliso, Alameda, they've all been cleared. You pushed the crowd away from it. I know you can't talk about all of your tactics, but in terms of the benchmarks that you want to hit tonight, are you moving people away from the freeway as well by clearing out those streets and moving them towards the west?
Yeah, we're trying to move them away from wherever the threat is. So if there are people assaulting officers, which is often the reason they're taking rocks or bottles or pieces of concrete, then they will attempt to disperse that crowd so that they're not enabled to continue to do that, and move them out. If they can target individuals who've been the ones who are the aggressors, who are throwing the rocks, and they can safely go in and arrest those individuals, they will. Some of those will be arrested later. And after having been identified. And so this thing is moving forward in a way that some get frustrated with and watch, but we're out there and we have an approach to this where we're not going to move a crowd into an area where it's going to cause additional problems, into the Civic Center or into the freeway. We're going to move them away where we think they can do the least damage, and we're going to try then and employ tactics that would minimize that even further.
How many businesses have been damaged and looted? I know their LAPD weather division has put out that there's looting going on at 6th and Broadway. And as the National Guard, have they actually engaged with these protesters? No. Some media outlets were reporting that they were actually sending out tear gas, and I know on our channel we did not see that.
No, not that I'm aware of at all. That I'm aware of, there were at least 3 businesses that were broken into and property taken from them along Broadway and maybe other places. As far as the National Guard deploying.
So we have confirmed looting at the peaceful protests. The protests are peaceful when they confirm that 3 places have been broken into, and the cars that were lit on fire and all that. Very peaceful. This is what we call peaceful burning of property, right? What a bloody joke.
Listening to the stories of the people. For example, there was a woman, a mother from Guatemala, who was looking for her husband. She wasn't able to hear about her husband and son.
Okay, so we have police. They have the National Guard or the sheriff, deputy, whatever's you want to call them, have moved their line over the bridge, and it seems that they have completely taken over the area above there as well. There was like a plateau, if you want to call it that, or whatever. They've moved over completely. We've seen a new line formation based on the past few hours. It was looking something like this, and even before that we were getting some crazy shots of people everywhere around the federal building in this district here. A lot of people.
Back up. I'm gonna
No, back up. Yes. You go out, you're not coming back in. Go ahead.
So there you have it, guys. They are not messing around because this is the Associated Press. These are the big stream, big dog media, legacy media guys. They were allowed behind the police line, and the officer said, "You're not coming back in if you go out." So there you have it. They're not effing around. They're on a F around and find out basis right now. Okay, we have an interesting development here. Looks like the police are going to funnel the protesters, the rioters, down this roadway here. They're going to try and bring them away from the front of the federal building altogether. Potentially keep backing down, or I don't know. It looks like they've shifted a little bit here, though.
let them fucking take y'all! Don't let them take your fucking comrades!
Okay, so it looks like we have another front of CHP and LAPD moving up here. They're literally boxing them in on all sides. If we go to this bird's eye view, they've been moving down the street here on the side of the... So this is the overview of what the area we're currently at. They've been moving down the street here, bringing or trying to bring the rioters down there. And then we have a front pushing down here. So they're going to build a wall here of CHP, LAPD, National Guard, and sheriff deputies or whatever, all through here. Crazy stuff, guys, right now. And the sun is just starting to set. Based on what we saw last night, I don't know what's going to happen tonight, but we'll see.
What the fuck?
Alright guys, so if you're joining right now, shit's really kicking off. They're pushing out areas and they're clearing the street, and we have a whole new wave of CHP and LAPD coming down right now. This is pretty crazy. Okay, I think we lost the AP channel. Hopefully not, because that was a really good angle. I'll go back to IRT Media briefly.
One for what? They have destroyed NBC's land.
Okay, so I'm pausing here. We have, looks like officers on the roof here, looking down, or maybe bystanders or protesters or whatever. We saw them on the roof of the federal building. Looked like they were launching stuff down into the crowd, potentially. They have been pushed back all the way. And the pretty large group has pretty much dispersed, and it's now just a... Like, there's a lot more officers here than protesters or rioters. It's, might be a quiet night. A lot of people leaving. I don't know if tonight will be as crazy as the past few. Still too early to say. The sun is still up.
We're right over there.
Something's going on down there. Oh, they're coming down this way.
That's all I need to do.
Watch your backs and look for the way out.
Yeah, I ate the first one too, but thankfully they shot me to the ground.
So they're running this way, guy. The crowd's running this way.
Holy, here we go, guys. Here we go.
Rudy, the other way. One in, one out.
Alright, who's at least?
You're not gonna be able to come back if you go through right now. Come back to this side.
So it looks like they're really trying to clear out this entire district. They don't want anybody within even a block or two of the federal building, there's a ton of buildings in there, the courthouse, etc., etc., the list goes on. The detention center, all of that. There's a lot of things that have to be in motion and have to work in those buildings. And if with these massive protests going on, these riots, that can't happen. So they need to move everybody out as far as possible. We're seeing new lines be built here. IRT Media, once again, thank you IRT Media for boots on the ground action, documenting this insane turn of events here. We have another line. AP Media has their stream back, pushing these guys down. Like I said, they're trying to get them away from the important buildings that need to be in motion, that need to work. Crazy stuff.
Totally unnecessary. Like, completely fucking unnecessary. You're a bunch of lemmings following the stupidest orders that make no sense or unethical. Read the Constitution, man. This is crazy. This is the biggest overreaction.
Yeah, 4:30 is 4:30. The sheriffs are leaving. They're going to First and Main. And so 4:30 collapse. We didn't have any
You're stopping us protesting the kidnapping of fucking innocent people. Think about it.
I'm sorry, Elliot Temple.
All these Hispanic
They don't like you. They never will. Back it up. Back it up.
What the fuck? That shit is fucking crazy. Oh, that makes you strong. That makes you strong. You fucking beat the shit out of us. I understand. You're fucking preaching. I understand.
Why are you gonna get back here? She's just passionate. She's passionate.
Ah, they're throwing shit. They're throwing shit. Here we go, guys. I just saw something get thrown in. Looked like a bottle or something. Things are really about to kick off. Here we go. Any second now. Hello, poor dirt farmer. How's it going? All right, here we go. Pepper balls are now being shot. Yeah, here we go, guys. Shit's getting crazy now.
One love, brother.
Peaceful protest! Peaceful protest!
The sun is going down, and I am noticing more and more masked people. In another 30, 40 minutes to an hour, we are about to be in complete darkness. I don't know where the police or CHP are directing. Where they're directing the crowd right now. But it's nowhere near the size of what it was before. They seem to dispersed a little bit here. Unless they're separated in different areas. Once again, we could have different fronts here, but the one perspective we're looking at, what it's looking like right now. If we go over here, actually, looks like they might be fighting.
Trying to maintain mutual support and control, such that they're touching each other on the shoulder so that they know where each other are. They're protecting each other. They move forward whenever there is some kind of activity, and then they move back, which is of course what you do. You're not trying to escalate. You're also there to move back as well. Now, it is important for me to tell you that these are very likely law enforcement people that we are seeing, to include some of the people that might even be in fatigues. We're not, the picture is not tight enough to understand or to clearly see if they are National Guardsmen, because many of those people are actually wearing tennis shoes, which is, they're not going to be guardsmen. They're probably going to be police in some way.
I see. We really appreciate your insight and your time. I know you've been on TV all throughout the weekend talking about this, and we hope you do join us yet again here. We're going to let you go. We're going to keep these live pictures up. Have a good night, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I have no idea what's going on here, but it looks very serious, guys. We have lethal and less than. Wow, this is insane.
Off here right now. And remember, viewer discretion is advised. Many of these crowds have dispersed, and now it looks like these smaller group formations are somewhat squaring off against each other, much like we're watching right now. And so what? That's only about 7 law enforcement officials right there. Oh, wow. Look at that. Looks like a firework went off there. Okay. We do hope that Skyfox overhead maybe can zoom out so we get a better vantage point here. So remember, this is still outside the federal building in downtown Los Angeles. And it looks like, what is this? 7 on 2, 7 on 3. Okay, look, and you see there, they're throwing off some of these flashbangs.
That would be tear gas or something of that sort. But yeah, they look like, I don't know, there's more officers over there. There's not 7 of them. There's a good amount, and plus they're at the federal building. If they really needed support, I'm sure there's people inside. They're fully armed as well. Like, let's get real here.
Outside the Roybal Federal Building in downtown Los Angeles. And so you see their HSI, that's Homeland Security Investigations. You also see police, presumably Los Angeles Police Department. You just heard there from Chief McDonnell in that live press conference. So it's about 6:45 there in downtown Los Angeles. Right now, we do want to go out to our colleagues at Fox 11. They're going to round it out through the rest of the hour here with their coverage. Let's keep listening to them.
Than it was when we talked to you.
So we have another front here. They're still pushing them back out of the district. Looks like they went down some sort of entertainment area.
It's hard to tell this just from seeing what you're seeing in terms of who's out there as genuinely, I'm making my point about ICE and I've got a passionate perspective on this, and who's out there just to mess things up and, you know, let's go.
Well, you know, it's interesting, Alex, because I was trying to get a clear sense, too, of the demographics of these people who are coming out to protest, and also the ones who cross the line and become lawbreakers. They are 2 distinct groups. But I would say, in general, the crowd is young. It is heavily minority, I would say. Latino, Black. I see some Anglos in the group, too. They tend to be young. But most of the group seems to be people of color. And some of them are law-abiding and some of them are...
Okay, well, that's just not true. I'm seeing a lot of white people as well. There's a good mixture of people.
Something is thrown that one of these officers, they have the right to retaliate, and they're exercising that right. Now, just right now, we saw one of those riot vehicles. I believe that our cameraman, Elliot, is following that movement now, heading down Spring Street. And I think this is designed just to let people know, hey, we're here. You can peacefully demonstrate, but if you cross that line, there's a price to pay for it. So that's what we're witnessing right now. I don't hear anybody screaming or yelling. It's really kind of calm. A lot of people think I think, came to just check out the scene. I mean, downtown LA, you can get here on public transportation. You can walk on foot. There are a lot of ways to get here. And some people, I think, view it as a happening, and they want to be part of it. I don't even know how invested they are in the cause on one side or the other. I think they just want to see what's going on.
Yeah, it reminds you of so many instances, you know, even on the freeway sometimes when there's a crash, people slow down because they just want to see what's happening, and there's a human instinct. Not that I'm comparing this to a crash, but I'm just saying that there's a human instinct sometimes.
Not that I'm comparing this to a crash, but that's what it's turning into. Based on the past 3 days, we have seen a lot of unrest, as they like to say. They have rioted, they have burnt cars, they've looted buildings. They've literally confirmed it. And here we have people blocking traffic again. No shock at all.
This was quite a scene here where protesters attacked a vehicle and then blocked the pathway of immigration vehicles. This was Lou Correa was there, and he landed from Washington. Democratic congressman says he was shocked to hear of ICE raids being conducted across Orange County. He issued a statement saying, in part, quote, yesterday everything was good and boring in Santa Ana. Everyone's going to church and going to the grocery store. It was a beautiful day. This is inciting fear in our community. So you see some of that there, this effort to stop the folks at the detention center, and it got a little chaotic there. A smaller crowd than what we've seen in downtown Los Angeles, but still people out there having their say, and we see law enforcement there trying to protect the property as well. So it's you know, it's not just focused. It was interesting. Mayor Bass also suggested that there is National Guard folks in Westwood tonight as well. So look at this. This was some video from earlier that was pretty startling to me. And you see this. These are boxes of masks being handed out, and a lot of folks seeming to just grab them like candy. These look like they are bionic face shields, which, we looked at their website, is basically recommended for machinists and auto body shops as a way to protect one's face. I don't think we expect to have a lot of cars coming in for repair work tonight. So that sort of seemed like the thing that you would have as a precaution if you were planning to or getting ready to potentially have some sort of conflict with law enforcement. Hopefully that doesn't happen tonight and something like that isn't needed as we see this particular crowd on the move, some of them holding Mexican flags, many of them covering their faces as they're on the move. We want to get an update now about the Waymo vehicles that we saw. And Waymo service was suspended in downtown LA. They're not driving in downtown LA after those cars were torched. And look at this picture from Skyfox. Now, that was the image.
Yeah, that's what a peaceful protest looks like, guys.
People requested the cars. Remember, these are self-driving cars, so there's no driver there to know I'm going into a trap. And all these cars came thinking, the computer thinking they're going to pick somebody up, and instead they were torched. And as you know, when you have an electric vehicle, the lithium-ion batteries are especially flammable, and those flames are hard to put out, and so they basically had to let these things burn in the heart of downtown Los Angeles, which became a picture that was used all over the world as sort of the image of what's been happening in downtown. This is what was left of those vehicles, literally a pile of just total destruction. and they're cleaning that up today. But if you want to have a Waymo in downtown, it's not going to happen, at least for the foreseeable future, as an understandable precaution for that company. Back live now. It looks like we are, I think, near the federal building, and you see a police line there. And it has been interesting watching the police in action over the last hour. It's been clear part of their strategy has been to separate out these protest groups into smaller groups, which are easier to control, and then to get these folks moving away from some of the targets that they're especially want to protect. Get them moving away from the freeway, away from some of these federal buildings, and it seems to be working. And the crowd does not have as much power when it is smaller.
You don't say it seems to be working. This is what happens when you have a competent leader that doesn't just allow these things to happen and deploys the necessary resources.
Yeah, it's definitely less than enough. I don't think
Well, we appreciate Peter Ducey clearly watching our interview from last night. So there is a response from President Trump to our interview here.
Testing the boundaries by nationalizing the federal guard. Heck, his own great...
What do you make of the fact that he says You want a civil war on the streets of America.
No, that's just the opposite. I don't want a civil war. A civil war would happen if you left it. If you left it to people like him, and I liked him. You know, I always got along with him. Never had a problem with him. But he's grossly incompetent.
Well, we appreciate Peter Ducey clearly watching our interview from last night.
So there you have it. He is grossly incompetent.
Yeah, I've seen the police using less lethal munitions, like colloquially what we call rubber bullets. They've used a couple flashbangs, and they just physically pushed people back. I've seen a couple people in the crowd throw water bottles. It looks like a couple people shooting fireworks into the air, but there's not a ton of direct, frankly, on either the police use of force or protesters.
They can't put hands on our.
The ones who've been pushing the group that I've been with are LAPD. I've also, though, back near the federal building, I also saw CHP. And
they give you an indication that here's some of what he said tonight.
Well, what would you arrest him for?
Well, look, I was interviewed by an embassy reporter. He asked me about the protesters. I said, look, they got the right to protest, but they can't cross that line. They can't impede our enforcement efforts. They can't put hands on our officers. They can't knowingly harbor and conceal illegal aliens from us. I said, so if they cross that line, they're going to be prosecuted. And the question was, well, how about Mayor Bass and Governor Newsom? What if they cross that line? I says, they'll be prosecuted too. Haven't they said for the last 4 years, no one's above the law? They cross the line, we'll seek prosecution. If you and I would be held accountable. They prosecuted President Trump. No one's above the law. That's what they said. Either is the Governor Newsom. If he crosses that line, we'll simply ask the Attorney General to seek prosecution. It wasn't a threat. No one threatened to arrest him. But if he crosses that line and commits a crime, he's no better than anybody else. We'll seek prosecution.
That if
what's happening in Alberta's town hall?
The governor seems like part of the reason of that is because the LAPD has separated the crowd a bit.
It was actually the sheriff's department earlier. I'm going to take this out of my ear because I'm getting feedback. It was the sheriff's department earlier that told the crowd to disperse. And in the process of doing that, people did start to move back. The thing is, if they're ordered to disperse and then they act on it, then they're not breaking any laws. And, you know, my detail here, our security detail, pointed out to me that this all seems to be very well orchestrated. So people know that if they move and they just go a couple of blocks over, they're now not violating any laws. So that's what you're seeing now is this group on the move as they head from Broadway headed now towards the freeway. And as long as they're moving, they're not in violation of that order to disperse. So it's all been quite interesting. A lot of the signs that we're seeing, you were asking me earlier about the group, the signs that we're seeing, they seem to be heavily manufactured, as though someone paid money to create the sign.
As if somebody spent money to create the sign. You don't say. It's not like people are planted and paid for or anything like that. Separation talk, yeah, that doesn't shock me. That's going to be a major talking point going forward because Carney is going to have to pull through or Alberta is not going to... They're not going to mess around with the federal government. Just simply can't. They won't be a province anymore if they do. The caps they're putting on emissions and they don't build new pipelines or mines or anything of that nature in Alberta, then yeah, I fully expect separation to happen if they don't get what they want. Anyway, I think I'm gonna end the stream here. It seems like most of the crowd has dispersed in some areas, and if anything crazy is gonna happen, it's gonna be very random, and I don't know when it's gonna happen or if anything's gonna happen. I hope nothing happens. Hopefully it stays peaceful. We haven't seen anything crazy, not like yesterday and the day before that. But this is day 4, so we'll see going into tomorrow what happens. But I'm gonna call it here. So thank you all for watching, and take it easy.
Overhead, courtesy of Sky Fox. Take a look at that. So in the meantime, it's 7 o'clock here on the West Coast, 10 o'clock there on the East Coast. Let's get you up to speed right now. Our